Not hit anymore, otherwise
Yep.
Alright, so after you guys both go to the gaming module,
Yep.
and then you higher cities, so you're at LLC.
Okay. Yep.
Last matchup. So I'm able to press play on that. Press Arizona to press play ball again, and then get
Yep. All right. It's showing my my hit tracks camera. Yeah. I gotta put your phone on silent. Are we going simultaneously like I did? Sure, expect Sam. Tell him I can't use my camera for the thing. That's how I'll talk to him how to put it on. Yep. Yeah, tell him we're using my camera for the video. Yep. Yeah. Okay. Yep. We had.
Yeah, Jake Larson Barn, Ryan Hunt, baseball, Park City Baseball.
They cleared you out.
And we are live. Welcome back to the Green Easton Classic. I'm Andrew Barry with HitTrax. I'm joined by my colleague Elena Bowman, and we're excited to bring you the second semifinal matchup of the high school bracket today. Elena, quite a game in the first round from Beck Milner.
Yeah, it's a hot start, and he was the number 1 seed out of the qualifying round, so not a giant surprise, but this matchup is going to tell us a lot. We got 2 great competitors, the 2 and 3 seed here, and I think we're in for a battle.
Yeah, we are. So we have Jake Larson. Jake is hitting out of the Larson barn, close to where I am in Seattle. He's out of Issaquah. And Ryan Hunt hitting at Park City Baseball Academy in Park City, Utah. Both of these systems are relatively new, so these guys have certainly used HitTrax before. Maybe not as much as the last couple competitors from the game before this, but from what we've seen from the qualifier, these guys can both swing it. And again, this is the Green Easton Classic, so we are really putting this tournament together to help get the word out and promote the new Easton bat, the new B5 Pro big barrel bat. That is a rebranding, if you will, of the old bat from the 70s and 80s that was the bat of its time. And I think from what we saw from game 1, it really delivered so far with those guys hitting 103, 105. Beck, I think, got up to 106 miles an hour off the bat.
Yeah, and working so closely with the Easton team to put on this tournament has been amazing, and hearing all the stories of the green bat, the Marco McGuires, the Bo Jacksons swinging the green bat back in the day, and now getting this new generation of baseball players, with their hands on it. It's new technology. They've got a hot barrel, and like you said, its performance is speaking for itself. So everybody, both in the high school and the collegiate division, are swinging B5s in the finals round here. And I'm excited to see it just continue to perform for these guys. And it's fun to see the nostalgia of, old time baseball meet today's generation. You got the tech in the cage, you got the HitTrax in the cage. We're all remoting in, playing a game from different parts of the
And it's going to be quite a matchup today. I'm really looking forward to this. Jake Larson and Ryan Hunt will both be swinging the Green Easton bat, as you mentioned. They're going to be playing. The winner of this will play Beck Milner in the championship, which is going to be a 3-game series right after this. And the winner of that will receive this sweet Easton B5 bat kit that maybe you've seen on social media from people, but it's got, first of all, yes, the Green Easton bat. It also has a cool hat, a shirt, and a poster. So these guys are playing for something here. It's really going to mean something, and you can start to feel the competitive juices flowing from these guys. So I think they're going to start off in about 1 minute here, as we see Ryan stepping into the cage to go ahead and start getting a feel for a rhythm. Jake enters the cage on the left side.
We should see a good matchup here too. Jake Larson, a University of Minnesota commit. It's pretty cool if you've followed the HitTrax online gaming since we launched it in June. We've had a lot of really high-level tournaments so far. Jake Larson is competing in a lot of the Friday Night Fights events we've been hosting, and getting off the phone with Beck. Beck has as well. But with the Friday Night Fights, we see their stats, right? So we haven't been able to see their swings. We know their performance and their data, but it's been so fun to match a swing with the numbers. So to be able to see Jake step in here, I know Ryan's played in a couple tournaments as well. I think it should be a lot of fun to watch them compete. But at the end of the day, we know they can hit.
Somebody's pumping some music up in there too. Sounds like they're trying to get a good vibe going.
So Andrew, let's talk a
last
little bit
game.
about the format.
Yeah. So basically, what these players are going to be doing, they're going to be doing what's called sync play. So this is a Hit Tracks online matchup. So they're playing each other in real time. They will be playing a 6-inning game, and they're going to play their innings simultaneously. So once both players have recorded 3 outs, then we're going to move on to the second inning. And for the last inning, it will be out for out. So whoever's winning will start out, and once they record an out, then we will move on to the second inning.
Yeah, and so the players, we have put a parameter of 50 to 70 miles per hour pitch speed on this tournament. So they have some flexibility on what speed the pitch is going to be delivered at. Interestingly, the semifinal round, we saw Beck opt for like a low 50 pitch speed and Cam opt for a high 60 pitch speed. So I think Cam kind of went with the hard in, hard out mentality. I think Beck went with a little bit more consistency on the barrel. I'm curious to see what these guys are going to pick, where they want to fall. I think if it was me, I always liked high heat, so I would have gone for upwards of that 65. But, we'll see what pans out for these guys.
They should be ready to go. They should be starting any minute here. And it looks like Ryan's stepping into the box. He's going to take his first rip, see the first pitch come in. And we're rolling. So you see immediately the pitch speed for Jake up at about 65 miles an hour, and for Ryan at about 60. So we saw that from Cam in the last game. He was almost at 67, 68 miles an hour right off the bat. So a hot start for Jake with the double to center field. Ryan rolls over with 2 quick outs and a little flare out from Jake. 54 runs, I believe, is what it was for Beck last game. So these guys are not only playing for a chance to compete against Beck, but also maybe send a message that they're going to be able to compete with him.
Yeah, and to run through the format one more time as well, we got a 6-inning sync play matchup. So if you're familiar with this, players can see each other's action on the screen. So you see to the right, Ryan has now made 3 outs in his inning. He's got nothing to do but stand back and watch Jake until he makes his 3rd out and they advance the 2nd inning together. So this is a tough spot to be in the first inning, watching your competitor start to pad his lead a little bit. I mean, we're only talking a 2-0 lead, but as we see through these tournaments, that's just a helpless feeling to have to stand there and watch somebody hit, huh?
Yeah, it really is. And Jake out with an early 2-0 lead here. Runs can come quickly when you get into rhythm. So that is absolutely a very close matchup here. We've seen 10, 15 run comebacks in previous tournaments that we've run. So both players are going to get ready here to start the 2nd inning. And Ryan looks like he fouls one off with the first pitch. So Ryan, I'll be honest, I don't know a ton about him, but if you look at him, I kind of like his vibe right now. He's got the backwards hat. He seems like he's kind of in a rhythm. He's got some quick hands moving, and when the pitch is coming in, there's a nice line shot, 93 miles an hour. It's good barrel, just right at the shortstop.
Yeah, and I think Ryan hitting out of the Utah area, it'd be interesting to see a Ryan Beck-Milner matchup. I think they competed against each other in travel ball teams. They know each other well. The baseball world is pretty small. So I think there's some extra competitive juices flowing there. But Jake Larson, is a force. He's, again, a University of Minnesota commit. We know he can swing the bat. I think his velos in the qualifying round were in the 90-mile-an-hour range. So we'll see what he puts up here in this semifinal matchup.
Yeah, and you see a little difference here just early on. Jake and Ryan, their velocities have not been too far off from each other. If you look at the top of the screen, the EV, that is the exit velocity. So Jake just hit that double in the gap, 86 miles an hour. And you see on the right side, Ryan's last out was at 91.5 miles an hour. The difference here is Jake, almost all of his hits that we've seen have been at 10, 15, 20 degrees in the gap, whereas Ryan is hitting the ball very hard, but just a little bit too low, and it seems like the shortstop was able to either grab or jump up and grab a few of those hits to make it 3 quick outs. And now you're in a situation. Jake's got 2 runners on, 1 out with another line shot to left field. He's putting himself into an early lead here in the 2nd inning.
Yeah, I got to hit them where they're not, right, Andrew? It's always 9 against 1 when you get in the box. And I think when you're in a cage, traditionally, you're able to lean back on a barreled ball. You can try to, maybe that was a single, a double. There's no getting away with much with the hit tracks when you got the real defense out there and making the plays. And so you got to be good and you got to find some green. And it looks like that's what Jake is doing here. He's just driving the gap so consistently.
He's got a little rhythm going. Another 94-mile-an-hour hit to left field. We are playing at Arizona, and there's a line shot to the third baseman for his 2nd out. So both of these players are playing at Arizona, and if you notice for the stadiums, they are set to a high school distance. So this is not, center field is at 366 feet, and there is a 70-degree pop-up that is not going to cut it. So that is now a 10-0 lead for Jake. Ryan going to try to get on the board here and get things rolling. Like you said earlier, these guys are not facing curveballs, sliders, changeups. They just have to get a feel for the rhythm. So Ryan maybe just needs to get a couple hits under his belt to get things rolling, and there you go. 88 miles an hour in the gap.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, leads are not until you start talking the 20, 25 run lead. A 10, 15 run lead, we've seen time in and time out is not insurmountable. It takes a little bit of the person on the other half of your screen to cool off. But with that said, a strike is coming in. The pitch speed, it's going to be crossing the plate. So as long as you can put a good swing on it and find yourself in a little bit of a rhythm, it's definitely doable to string some runs together.
Is Jake's, as you said, University of Minnesota committee. He's a big kid in there in the box. You can tell, and he's swinging with a lot of force and 97 miles an hour right up the left center field gap. Like he's got some pop in his bat there. And Ryan has a runner on third with 2 outs. See if he can get that run in to get on the board and get something started here. Sometimes it only takes 1. Looks like a couple foul balls to the left side. So one more thing on the format, each player gets 4 pitches. So they're not going to strike out or walk. But if they don't put a ball in play on those 4 pitches, then they will have to that will essentially count as a strikeout, if you will. There's a nice shot from Ryan. Home run to left field, and he's on the board. So it's now 14-12 as Jake has just still been on a tear on the left side of your screen there. He's not slowing down at all, even with 2 outs on the board.
Yeah, and if you're the University of Minnesota coaching staff, you're pretty excited to see that guy in the box. They are a HitTrax customer. We actually have their field built into the software, so Jake will get a chance to hit on their field well before he gets to the University of Minnesota on his system. But you almost imagine if it's foreshadowing there on the left-hand side of the screen with Jake Larson just absolutely delivering barrels with that green Easton bat. I wonder if he continues to swing that throughout his college career. It looks like it does a lot of damage for him.
Yeah, I've gotten the pleasure of holding that bat in my hands. I did not take any swings with it, but it is a spectacle. That silver, clean, crisp look with the green touches. It really is a beautiful stick.
Yeah, I love the history in it too. On the softball side, Easton used to have a bat called the green. It was called a stealth that everybody swung in high school, freshman, sophomore year. So there's something about a hot green Easton bat, whether baseball or softball, that you're going to get a barrel with it.
The Stealth was a phenomenal bat. I used to love that bat myself. They had the same thing for baseball, going from the Connection to the CXN to the Stealth. Just a great line of bats. And I think the rebranding of this, kind of linking up the history, like you said earlier, with Bo Jackson and guys like Mark McGuire using the bat in college and to where it's come today, and to release this with the way they put it out. I if I were a player, I would be dying to get my hands on one of these, and I'm sure there will be plenty of these bats under the Christmas tree this year. So Ryan on the right side seems to be he's got a little bit of something going here. He's got a 16-run deficit, 4 runs on the board. He seems to be fouling off quite a few pitches as well. Could be the pitch velocity there, but Jake on the left side has 20 runs with 2 outs in this inning, and 16 runs again. This is a significant lead. I think we need to see Ryan go on a little streak here, but I think on Jake's side, he's just got to kind of lock in and stay in tune with what's going on, in his cage, and not worry too much about what's going on with Ryan. And if he does that, I think he'll be in just a fine spot, and you can see him staying consistent. Another 96-mile-an-hour hit to left field. He's now got a runner on first base, 21 runs in.
We talked a little bit about the swings of the different styles of the two guys in the first semifinal matchup. I was just looking at Jake's swing there on the left. I like how stacked he stays. You just look at his head. There's no up or down elevation, through the swing. He's just really pretty level, delivers the barrel well. And I like Ryan's swing a lot too. You can see he uses everything he has with it, creates a lot of power in that gather. But I'm wondering if all these foul balls, you see him foul off a ton straight back. It always almost kind of looks like he's trying to come up through the ball, and he's just trying to lift it up through contact. It seems like he's missing a lot of balls in the air right now. You kind of almost want to see him level out, maybe try to dry the gaps at more of the 19 to 15 degree range. Maybe you'll see a little bit more success there.
Yeah, I agree with you. It seems like when he's hitting the ball to the left side, he's having a little bit more success there. Outside of that, it seems a little bit tough. And I don't even know if it may be that they may have the net blocking the frame or something. Some of these balls look they may be in play. That'd be interesting to take a look at to see on their side. But so Jake with 3 outs on the left side of the screen. Ryan at Park City Baseball. He's got a runner on second, nobody out. We see him taking a lot of swings, and he appears to be fouling off quite a few pitches. It may be that there could be something blocking the system or something, but there you go. There's a nice shot to left field. So a runner on second, 1 out, 80-mile-an-hour hit at 21 degrees. And you see Jake step up, and he can do nothing but watch right now as Ryan puts a ball in the gap there, 87 miles an hour. That's going to get down and bring in another run. There's a foul ball to the left side. So a 19-run deficit for Ryan, but he has an opportunity here with the runner on second and 1 out to put a little bit of, I guess, reduce that gap between them. And although we're only in the 4th inning, I think it's time to make a move because this is only a 6-inning game.
Yeah, he's running out of outs to do it for sure. But, it seems like he's got a little bit of his rhythm back. He's got a couple base knocks in a row. To your point, can't tell, fouling a couple off or if something's in front of the sensor there and missing a couple of these. But looks like that one gets through, and it should play to run, and if you can just figure out how to score one run at a time, to your point, Andrew, there's really not a score that we've seen that hasn't been insurmountable in the sync play format. You just got to catch a little fire. You got to be in the situation that Ryan's in right now, where the other person on the other side of your screen is not hitting. They're just watching you take your swings and close the gap. And we'll see what Ryan can do here in the 4th. But if he wants to make a move, he's got to do it probably within the next few outs here. Looks like that's not going to do it. So that's a 3rd out for Ryan. To the 5th we go. This is a 6th inning game, so the guys will have 6 more outs to play with each. You got a significant lead out of Jake Larson on the left side of your screen, 26-8. But again, it's not over until the final out. So we're going to see Jake in here and start getting to work. And you kind of wonder if you're going up against a force, whether it's Ryan or Jake, you're going up against a force here in the next game in Beck Milner. If you have the lead, let me ask you, Andrew, if you have the lead right now that Jake Larson has you taking a little bit off? Or are you kind of saving some of your energy?
At this point, no. I think I would put up another 5-10 runs if I were Jake. I would not be satisfied with where I'm at, and that's because I've played some of these games before and I've had a lead that has been diminished just like that. So you can get 3 quick outs very very easily, and put yourself in a bad position. So, but you see Ryan here double in the gap there, 1 out, runner on second. Jake smashes the ball 87 miles an hour for a double himself. It doesn't look like that one's going to do it for Ryan, though. So there's his second out. Again, I think at this point, going into the 5th and the 6th inning, he's going to have to cut into this just a little bit. Big opportunity here to try and stay consistent. Maybe if Jake can get his 3rd out pretty quickly, and it looks like he did. So 3 outs for Jake. Ryan has 2 outs, 8 runs on the board with the runner on second base. He's going to have to put together a little bit of a rhythm here to try and cut into this and make this thing reachable in the 6th inning. Again, both of these athletes are swinging the green Easton bat. Thank you for Easton, the sponsor of this tournament, for putting up the bat kit for the winner of both the high school and the college tournament. The college tournament will be taking place tomorrow at the same time. And after this game ends, we will have the high school championship game. The winner of this game will face Beck Milner.
Yeah, and that's going to be one heck of a matchup. But I got to say, even Ryan, he's keeping a smile on his face there in the cage. You see these guys getting intense. We saw it in the first semifinal game. With such a weird year here in 2020, it's really nice to be able to see these guys just compete. We enjoyed watching the competition, the Hit Tracks Open, both on the baseball and softball side. That was the biggest catalyst for all of these online tournaments, is just to provide a platform for athletes to compete. So if you think about it, in the lower left-hand corner, you got Jake in Washington, you got Ryan in Utah, you got me in Providence, you got Andrew in Seattle. And just what a cool opportunity to get in the box, take some swings, and have fun on a Saturday.
Yeah, a chance to compete. It's kind of been, depending on where you are in the country, whether you can play baseball outside. So, we saw this when we ran the Hit Tracks Open for baseball and fast pitch. Players were able, their seasons got canceled. Fast pitch players were able to actually pull off a pretty cool season with Athletes Unlimited. But minor leaguers were not, and a lot of them were, essentially out of jobs, if you will, for the season. So the ability to get back in the cage and get the competitive juices flowing when they're playing each other in real time like this, there's something to that just kind of makes you step up a level. And you feel as though you're back on the field, even though you're just in the cage here, but you're still hitting. We're at Arizona Chase Field here, and these guys are putting up some serious numbers. Ryan, 10 runs on the board. Jake with 27, a good showing. At this point, maybe you're right. Maybe he doesn't need to put too much more on the board and tire himself out for that championship coming up, as he seems to be on his way to facing Beck.
Yeah,
Ryan's
not
got some quick hands.
What's that?
Oh, go ahead.
Well, not to foreshadow too much, but with a 17-run lead here in the 6th, a Jake Larson Beck Milner matchup is going to be a heavy hitting, high exit velo, high scoring round. I think that is going to be. I foreshadow that going to a game 3 without a doubt. I think each one of those games are going to end in the 6th. I think that is. It's definitely going to be a fight. It's going to be fun to watch.
Yeah, I agree with you there. And you see Ryan, he's taken a number of swings. So he's put 27 balls in play. I know for a fact he's taken a lot more swings than that. And we've seen some good stuff out of him. He's got some high velo. He's got some pop in the bat. He seems to have some success when he puts the ball to left field. And so far, there you go. There's a shot up to center field, and that's going to be caught by the center fielder for his first out. He started out the game. He was putting the ball mid to low 90s just a little bit too flat off the bat as Jake hits a double to left field. And there's a fly ball from Ryan to the left fielder. So Ryan's got 2 outs. Jake has 1 out. He puts a shot 93 miles an hour over the left field wall. And that might be it. Ground ball from Ryan to third base for the 3rd out. And Jake Larson has won and will be moving on to face Beck Milner in the championship series. That is going to be a best-of-3 series, so 28-10. What do you think, Elena? Does he have what it takes to take down what we saw from Beck earlier today?
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, there is a little bit of a disadvantage. Beck has a little bit longer of a rest time here. Jake's going to be rolling into this.
So, Kyle, leave your audio on. What are you doing? I want to hear it. Is it on? No. I want to hear it. Because when we watch it, dude, Mom has it on. No. Because we're picking up and all right next to each other.
Sure you stay on because you're in for a treat on the call. I'm going to step off. Mike Donfrancesco, owner of Hit Tracks and longtime just wealth of baseball knowledge, is going to come on and call this next game with Andrew. And that should be a lot of fun. You know, Mike actually swung the green bat back in the day. He'll have a ton of stories of his own experiences. He'll be able to share a lot more about in-depth diving into. I'm sure he has a ton of memories on Mark McGwire situations with the green bat and so on and so forth. But I think we're going to see a heck of a matchup between Beck and Jake, and I know I'm excited to watch it.
I am as well. If you have that picture of Mike in Little League with the green bat, make sure you send it to me so I can use that for the stream coming up. So again, 28-10 was the final score today. Jake Larson is going to move on to face Beck Milner. That game should be starting at about 2:30 Pacific, 5:30 Eastern. Thank you for joining and stay tuned. We got a 3-game series coming up here next.
Home run for Mark McGwire. Tony Gwynn launches one over the right field wall. A second deck shot for Barry Larkin. The Titans of Cal State Fullerton are the champions of college baseball.
Hi, I'm John Leffler, and I'm the category manager for Easton baseball bats. The B5 Pro Big Barrel is back. This old school design meets modern technology in this traditional one-piece alloy bat. Featuring our highest end alloy in our product line, the barrel is created with our ringless barrel design with varying wall thicknesses to help expand the sweet spot and create a more smooth feel on contact. Easton's natural Pro Balance swing weight results in a balanced feel, combining both speed and power. The speed cap helps provide a more flexible and responsive barrel, while producing that natural alloy sound elite players have grown to love. Players told us they wanted a stiffer bat, so we created an even stiffer handle to maximize energy transfer back into the ball at contact. Also reinforced with our VRS handle insert, it helps reduce vibration and create a smoother feel on contact. We use our most premium grip, which is a 1.8 millimeter synthetic grip to provide the ultimate combination of cushion and tack for pure performance in every swing. Over 40 years in the making, the B5 Pro Big Barrel changes everything again.
You already know I had to come back again. It's your boy Beatty, man. This time, we had to switch it up for something special. Baseball! Man, we doing this thing big time. History. It's your boy, baby. I'ma let the world. Let's go. Guess what? I'm pulling out my B5. Get your phones out, cause I'm about to be live. Smashing curveballs, even if they knee high. Stinging baseballs, call me Mr. Beehive. Big Mac, Mac attack, Mark McGwire, boy. Mark McGwire got me preaching to the choir, boy. He used to use B5s back in college, boy. Mark McGuire is a legend, pay homage, boy. Bo Jackson. When he swung a B5, lights, camera, action. Bo Jackson. Hit the ball so far, everybody laughing. Mr. Padre, aka Tony Gwynn. Got so many base hits, he everybody friend. 5.5 or the 6 hole. Doesn't matter, Tony Gwynn getting hits, yo. I'm swinging B5, I'm swinging B5, I'm swinging B5. Yeah, I'm swinging B5, I'm swinging B5, I'm swinging B5. All in the dirt, guaranteed to hit a big five. I'm swinging B5, I'm swinging B5, I'm swinging B5. Yeah, I'm swinging B5, I'm swinging B5, I'm swinging B5. All in the dirt, guaranteed to hit a big five. Yeah, he swung a B5. 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 I'm buried locking every time I turn a double play. I'm buried locking, dropping bombs each and every day. I'm buried locking, so just sit back, enjoy the show. Guess who's on deck? Gonzo. Luis Gonzalez used to swing a big bat. Made a lot of pitchers ask how he hit that.
Yeah, like for real. How did he hit that? I threw it outside and he. God dang it, how did he hit that?
Terry Francona, soon to be Hall of Fame. Swung a B5, now everybody know his name. I'm swinging B5, I'm swinging B5, I'm swinging B5. Yeah, I'm swinging B5, I'm swinging B5, I'm swinging B5. All in the dirt, guaranteed to hit a big fly. I'm swinging B5, I'm swinging B5, I'm swinging B5. Yeah, I'm swinging B5, I'm swinging B5, I'm swinging B5. All in the dirt, guaranteed to hit a big fly. T-I-N-O-M-A-R-T-I-N-E-Z. Tino Martinez made it look easy. Left a lot of pitchers feeling so greasy. B5 is the bat you need to swing, boy. Got my team screaming out, do your thing, boy. The B5 extra hot, got a lot of pop. All you other bats soft like flip-flops. I don't really care what the haters gotta say. I practice 24/7, that means every day. I carry 2 B5s in my bat bag. Why you carry 2 bats? Cause I got swag. You throw a curveball, I'ma throw a uppercut. If you throw it again, I'ma double up. CJ Beatty 44 on the Instagram. I let the whole wide world know who I am. I'm swinging B5, I'm swinging B5, I'm swinging B5. Yeah, I'm swinging B5, I'm swinging B5, I'm swinging B5. All in the dirt, guaranteed to hit a big fly. I'm swinging B5, I'm swinging B5, I'm swinging B5. Yeah, I'm swinging B5, I'm swinging B5, I'm swinging B5. All in the dirt, guaranteed to hit a big fly. You already know I had to come back again. It's your boy Beatty, man. This time, we had to switch it up for something special. Baseball. Man, we doing this thing big time. History. It's your boy Beatty, I'ma let the world. Let's go. Guess what? I'm pulling out my B5. Get your phones out, cause I'm about to be live. Smashing curveballs, even if they knee high. Stinging baseballs, call me Mr. B-High. Big Mac attack, Mark McGuire, boy. Mark McGuire got me preaching to the choir, boy. He used to use B5s back in college, boy. Mark McGuire is a legend, pay homage, boy. Bo Jackson. When he swung a B5, lights, camera, action. Bo Jackson. Hit the ball so far, everybody laughing. Mr. Padre, aka Tony Gwynn. Got so many base hits, he everybody
everybody friend. 5.5 or the 6 hole. Doesn't matter, Tony Gwynn getting hits, yo. I'm swinging B5. I'm swinging B5. I'm swinging B5. Yeah, I'm swinging B5. I'm swinging B5. I'm swinging B5. All in the dirt, guaranteed to hit a big five. I'm swinging B5. I'm swinging B5. I'm swinging B5. Yeah, I'm swinging B5. I'm swinging B5. I'm swinging B5. All in the dirt, guaranteed to hit a big five. Yeah, he swung a B5. Yeah, he swung a B5. I'm buried locking every time I turn a double play. I'm buried locking, dropping bombs each and every day. I'm buried locking, so just sit back, enjoy the show. Guess who's on deck? Gonzo. Luis Gonzalez used to swing a big bat. Made a lot of pitchers ask how he hit that. Yeah, like for real. How did he hit that? I threw it outside and he. God dang it, how did he hit that? Terry Francona, soon to be Hall of Fame. Swung a B5, now everybody know his name. I'm swinging B5, I'm swinging B5, I'm swinging B5. Yeah, I'm swinging B5, I'm swinging B5, I'm swinging B5. All in the dirt, guaranteed to hit a big fly. I'm swinging B5.
Bo Jackson waits for the 2-2. Swing and a drive. Deep center field. There she goes. A home run for Mark McGuire. Tony Gwynn launches one over the right field wall. A second deck shot for Barry Larkin. The Titans of Cal State Fullerton are the champions of college baseball.
Hi, I'm John Leffler, and I'm the category manager for Easton baseball bats. The B5 Pro Big Barrel is back. This old school design meets modern technology in this traditional one-piece alloy bat. Featuring our highest end alloy in our product line, the barrel is created with our ringless barrel design with varying wall thicknesses to help expand the sweet spot and create a more smooth feel on contact. Easton's natural Pro Balance swing weight results in a balanced feel, combining both speed and power. The speed cap helps provide a more flexible and responsive barrel, while producing that natural alloy sound elite players have grown to love. Players told us they wanted a stiffer bat, so we created an even stiffer handle to maximize energy transfer back into the ball at contact. Also reinforced with our VRS handle insert, it helps reduce vibration and create a smoother feel on contact. We use our most premium grip, which is a 1.8 millimeter synthetic grip to provide the ultimate combination of cushion and tack for pure performance in every swing. Over 40 years in the making, the B5 Pro Big Barrel changes everything again.
You already know I had to come back again. It's your boy Beatty, man. This time, we had to switch it up for something special. Baseball! Man, we doing this thing big time. History. Let's go. Guess what? I'm pulling out my B5. Get your phones out, cause I'm about to be live. Smashing curveballs, even if they knee high. Stinging baseballs, call me Mr. B-High. Big Mac attack, Mark McGuire, boy. Mark McGuire got me preaching to the choir, boy. He used to use B5s back in college, boy. Mark McGuire is a legend, pay homage, boy. Bo Jackson. When he swung a B5, lights, camera, action. Bo Jackson. Hit the ball so far, everybody laughing. Mr. Padre, aka Tony Gwynn. Got so many base hits, he everybody friend. 5.5 or the 6 hole. Doesn't matter.
Bo Jackson waits for the 2-2. Swing and a drive. Deep center field. There she goes. A home run for Mark McGuire. Tony Gwynn launches one over the right field wall. A second-deck shot for Barry Larkin. The Titans of Cal State Fullerton are the champions of college baseball. Bo Jackson waits for the 2-2. Swing and a drive. Deep center field. There she goes. A home run for Mark McGuire. Tony Gwynn launches one over the right field wall. A second-deck shot for Barry Larkin. The Titans of Cal State Fullerton are the champions of college baseball. Bo Jackson waits for the 2-2. Swing and a drive. Deep center field. There she goes. A home run for Mark McGuire. Tony Gwynn watches one over the right field wall. A second deck shot for Barry Larkin. The Titans of Cal State Fullerton are the champions of college baseball.
Hi, I'm John Leffler, and I'm the category manager for Easton baseball bats. The B5 Pro Big Barrel is back. This old school design meets modern technology in this traditional one-piece alloy bat. Featuring our highest end alloy in our product line, the barrel is created with our ringless barrel design with varying wall thicknesses to help expand the sweet spot and create a more smooth feel on contact. Easton's natural Pro Balance swing weight results in a balanced feel, combining both speed and power. The speed cap helps provide a more flexible and responsive barrel, while producing that natural alloy sound elite players have grown to love. Players told us they wanted a stiffer bat, so we created an even stiffer handle to maximize energy transfer back into the ball at contact. Also reinforced with our VRS handle insert, it helps reduce vibration and create a smoother feel on contact. We use our most premium grip, which is a 1.8 millimeter synthetic grip to provide the ultimate combination of cushion and tack for pure performance in every swing. Over 40 years in the making, the B5 Pro Big Barrel changes everything again.
Bo Jackson waits for the 2-2. Swing and a drive. Deep center field. There she goes. A home run for Mark McGuire. Tony Gwynn launches one over the right field wall. A second deck shot for Barry Larkin. The Titans of Cal State Fullerton are the champions of college baseball.
one, live.
Okay, we are back with the Green Easton Classic High School Championship Series. I'm Andrew Barry with Hit Tracks. We got an awesome matchup between Beck Milner and Jake Larson, and I'm joined by the head honcho, our CEO, Mike Don Francesco. Mike, thank you for joining. You looking
Hi.
forward to this matchup?
This looks pretty promising. I saw the first round, the first 2 rounds. We got some hitters here.
What do you know about Beck? Tell me a little bit about Beck Milner. We saw him put up 50-something runs in the qualifier.
Yeah. So he's kind of like the best unknown hitter in the country, high school hitter in the country. I don't think that's going to be true for very much longer. I've known Beck personally for about 6 years now, probably. You'll see in the background, there's our Gen 1 system, which goes all the way, the sensor that goes all the way to the floor. I built that in my basement a long time ago and delivered it to the facility he was working out in and met him when he was 12, probably something like that. And I've seen his numbers and seen him over the years just develop into an incredible hitter out of Park City. He played in Southern California, I think his freshman and sophomore year of high school. Just went over to Connecticut, a private school in Connecticut, the Taft School. He's a junior there. So he's working out there now. He's playing out of Connecticut now. You're going to see, and you probably saw the first game, you're going to see 100-mile-an-hour exit velo plus. You're going to see that type of velocity not only at 5 degrees or 10 degrees. You're going to see that velocity at 20 degrees, 22 degrees. You're going to see home runs. You're going to see a lot of ropes. He is just a complete hitter. Strong, lean kid, not a bulky kid compared to Jake. Jake looks like a young Luke Voigt. Beck's not like that. He's a little bit taller, but he has a good base to him, good solid kid, and he's going to get a lot stronger when he goes up, when he adds a couple of more. Miles an hour very easily, very quiet, easy 100-mile-an-hour exit velo.
Yeah, he's got a very compact swing from what we've seen, and we see him getting started here right off the bat with 91-mile-an-hour shot in the gap for a double. He's already got a run on the board. And you see Jake Larson on the other side stepping into the box. So Jake, quite a hitter himself. He is a commit to University of Minnesota, another Hit Tracks customer as well. And Jake has got some high velos. I don't think you're going to see him get up to where Beck topped out at 105, 106. He put a 98-mile-an-hour shot over the left field wall right there. But he's a very consistent hitter that can put the barrel to the ball. So this is going to be a really good matchup here.
So, yeah, you said Beck's out to a 3-0 lead. He has 2 outs, but you'll see him put 10, 12 runs on the board. So he's hitting, that's a home run there, 93 miles an hour at 33 degrees. So he's out to a 4-0 lead. And there it goes again, 92-33. You're going to see that velo go up even higher than that. So he's putting the pressure. There's another one. See that 97-22? That's a laser beam. So, Jake went out 3 outs without a run. You don't want to dig yourself too much in a hole against Beck. He will take advantage of it.
He already is. 7 runs on the board, another 98-mile-an-hour home run to left field. Jake had 3 quick outs. You see his last one was 91. There, look at that. 101 miles an hour at 20 degrees.
That's a laser beam.
This kid is relentless.
Yeah. And look at the swing, too. So he's not swinging from his heels. He's not a Hunter Pence type. He has a body of a Hunter Pence, but he has a swing more of a Buster Posey, I guess. Very quiet swing, but he can produce a ton of power. Throwing out the San Francisco Giant analogies here.
I mean, I'm sure you've had the same thing, but Beck has been competing in these tournaments in Friday night fights and everything else that we've offered. We did a battle royale event, and people do not believe the scores that he puts up. And I said this last game, but it's legit. It's real. The kid gets in a rhythm and he just puts the barrel to the baseball. There's 103 at 22 degrees.
22.
So he is for real.
It's crazy. No, he is. He's 16 years old and he's doing this. It's 100 at 28. And in those Friday night fights, by the way, a lot of the times he's using wooden bats. So right now he's got the iconic B5 bat from Easton. Look at that, fixing the net there on the Gen 1 system. So he's using the B5 bat, but he's used wooden bats in the past.
So let's talk about that a little bit because he's putting on a show.
Five home runs in a row? Is this 6 home runs in a row?
I don't think you won't be able to get a sentence finished without him hitting another home run. There's another 199 foul ball there. But let's talk about the bat a little bit. So Easton, obviously the sponsor of this tournament, they have the new B5 bat. And this is kind of a rebranding of a bat that used to be the number one bat in the market as Beck gets his third out there. But I heard, and I've seen actually picture evidence that you yourself were swinging the green Easton bat back in the day. Is that right?
Everyone used the green Eastern bat back in the day. That's in my Little League days in the 80s, to date myself. The whole team used the same bat. So now, the parents buy bats and the kids have their own bats and all that. Back then, you had team bats and you had the gray bat. Everyone used the green Easton bat. It's iconic. So we went through a whole year with the green Easton bat, and I've used it. I've used it my whole youth. It's incredible.
And when you hold the new one, as Jake gets started with a nice double in the gap, there we go.
Nice hit.
So Jake's got it. Yeah, he's going to have to put something together here. You don't want to get this too far out of hand too early.
He does, and there's a nice shot.
He'll get in a rhythm.
Now.
Jake's got this system out in the garage at his house, and I know he just lives out there. So he's starting to get hot here.
Right now? He's in the garage.
Yeah, we'll call it the barn/garage. Yes.
Yeah, that's great. So he reminds me. I was watching the first game. He reminds me of a Luke Voigt. He's got that barrel chest. He's a strong kid, and I understand he's committed to Minnesota as a junior.
That's correct. So he's been waiting to hit on the new Minnesota Stadium that's on the Hit Track software so he can start getting early feel for what's going to happen out there. It's a beautiful ballpark. Beck with an early couple outs, it looks like that might be enough for a sac fly. Maybe not. 2 out. Yeah, there you go. 2 outs, 15 runs in. A little bit of an opportunity here for Jake to hop up on the board.
You know what it is? When we did the Open, both the baseball and the softball, what we noticed a lot of was that when people had big innings, like Beck did, scored 13, 14 runs in the first inning, it takes a lot out of you. So that next inning, you would see 1, 2, 3 runs. That's been across all the Hit Tracks Open formats. When people score the big runs, there's a lot of swings here, and you're not swinging for singles. A lot, these guys are in girls, women with the softball, which was an incredible Open. They're swinging to do some damage, and it takes a lot out of you when you put up 30, 40 consecutive swings like that to net 12, 13, 15 runs, it takes a lot out of you. So we see a lot of that second inning, only a couple of runs. And this is the time when Jake has to capitalize, which he's doing. He has 8 runs now and still no out. So he's got to take his time. And I see. Okay. So he made the 3 outs. So he cut the gap a little bit. So it's good. So Beck's back in the game now.
Yeah, that was a good inning for Jake. That's exactly what he needed to do. Just cut down a little bit on that. He came into that inning down 14-0. So able to essentially cut the lead in half, which is where he wants to be. 101 miles an hour from Beck off the top of the wall for a double.
And what's amazing there, and I was saying that before, is that he's hitting 100 miles an hour. There's a home run at 100. He's hitting 100 miles an hour, not at 10 degrees. He's hitting 100 miles an hour at 30 degrees and 104 at 18 degrees. You're going to do some damage, whether you're in high school, college, or even the pros, when you're hitting 100 miles an hour at 30 degrees. That's a nice, you have a little bit of an uppercut swing there. He's not swinging down on the ball. He's maximizing that bat speed. He just hit the foul ball. Jake did. I think he did anyway. But
I saw that
but
it banked off of the side of the
did
building.
it?
Yeah.
Oh, is that what it was? Okay. All right. But Jake's got a nice swing. I'm looking at his swing now. I like it. He's got some power, and he's going back into it. Beck took a step out with 2 outs just to regroup a little bit while Jake just still pounds the ball. He's really cutting this lead. So Jake, obviously, with 1 out, if Beck gets out here, Jake can get some serious catch up here. Down 5 runs.
Well,
This is a big
we
inning.
talked about this in the first matchup. Beck, as he put another ball 100 miles an hour, 25 degrees. He's now got a 20-13 run lead. But Jake is not backing down. He's still putting balls out of the park. But Beck,
that's 92 at 36. That's impressive. What he's doing is impressive. 91 at 35 for home runs. But that shows you what Beck's doing. He's getting the same launch angles, but at 10 miles an hour more. That's to me, it's impressive. Both, I couldn't do either one, but these guys can hit, and Beck at 100 miles an hour at 30 degrees is pretty impressive.
Yeah, they really can. 90 to 95 miles an hour, like you're seeing from Jake, is what you would expect from a high-level high school athlete that's going to play Division I college baseball, which he will. But yeah, Beck is putting up some serious numbers right now. He does, again, though, have 3 outs.
Yep.
And now we've got a 5-run lead. Runners on first and third for Jake.
This is the door.
Oh, no, he grounds.
Double play. He grounded
there it
into
is.
a double play. That's such a rally killer. Look at him. You could see the frustration in him. I think he threw the bat. Hey, be careful with that B5 bat. That's amazing. That's such a rally killer. And he had 2 outs to work with, first and third. He was going to eat. He was basically that 5-run lead was going to disappear. And he grounded into a double play. Oh, that could come back. It's the 4th inning. So this is a best out of 3. Is that right, Andrew? What's the format here?
That's right. It's a best out of 3. That may very well have been the B5 moment of the game. We'll see what happens here. But this is the first game. So So if Jake does not get the W, we will move on to game 2 after this. But again, 5 runs in this format is really nothing at this point. We saw Beck last game had a 20-something run lead, and we've seen major comebacks going back to the Hit Tracks Open. The problem here is Beck is not going to stop. 103 in the gap, and even 102 at 20 degrees. But you look at Jake, he's starting to get a rhythm. He's now, every hit is 93 to 97.
Yeah, that's a nice hit. 98 at 15.
5.
That's few in high school, few players can do that. You meet a high school player, if you can put 90 miles an hour, 98, and get close to 20 miles, 20, you are an elite hitter. See, that one's not going to do it. 90 at 37. That's going to be a fly out. Oh, it dropped in the high school field with the high school defense. Yeah, that would have been.
And you actually look at these guys. So it was a minimum pitch speed of 50 miles an hour coming at the plate. If you look at Beck, he's sitting right at about 55, 56 miles an hour with a ground out for his own double play there. And on the right side of the screen, as Jake goes over the fence, his pitch speed has been 64.
Look at that lead.
It's gone.
Lead disappear. And that's great. And look at that. And then so what Beck just did, he grounded into a double play, then he flew out to the wall for 3 quick outs. Look at that. And now this is it right here. That's a double, I believe. And the tying run is on second base, and he just scored with no outs. So Beck, for the first maybe in his life of Hit Tracks tournaments, is going to be playing from behind in the next at bat or 2. Well, let's see. I don't want to jinx Jake there, but he is in a groove.
There's a nice line shot to left field. So Jake,
I jinxed.
It's all right. He's got 1 out to work with. We got a tie ball game.
I don't want to jinx you, Jake.
This is a big moment for Jake.
He's just got one over.
He's going to have to go ahead and put himself in a good spot. If you're going to take advantage, now's the time to do it. With what we've seen Beck do, he put up 77 runs to get into this as the number 1 seed and 55 runs in the semifinal matchup. So if I'm Jake, I'm taking advantage of every single pitch you have here, and he's doing so.
Yeah, this is
And
great.
ends
Okay,
it.
so he did it. He did it. Great job by Jake. He ate up that lead. He was, as you said, he was down 14-0 in the first inning, and that is gone. He is now ahead. And again, it's the fifth inning now. Best out of three. He just showed what he's made of. That's a lot of grit right there. He did not back down. He came back with a type of deficit, and he's now up 27-24 in the next to last inning. That's great performance. I love it. Now he's throwing a little mess. Love it. I like him. I like him a lot, Jake. He looks like a Luke Voigt to me.
We got to find out who Sam
like
is.
Yeah. I like the swing. I like the makeup of a lot. Look at that. There you go. That away, Jake. 93-20. And you're going to see Beck come back in here. See, that's it, Jake.
So this is
keep going with this.
So this is a 6-inning game. So we are in the 5th inning here. Again, a 3-run lead, and Jake is not going away from that either. He's now up 4 runs with another home run to the left center field gap. So
that's exactly right. You just got to keep pedal here, because you know that Beck is not going to sit back. I don't think he can. Now you just have to keep on hitting.
One of the things you notice, Beck, I mean, he just put a ball 104 miles an hour in the gap, and these guys are taking a lot of swings. So in 3 games plus the semifinals, this can wear you down. But at this point, neither of them is slowing down whatsoever. Beck gets just underneath one for his first out of the inning.
First little kick for Beck, 84 miles an hour, 58 degrees, just still can't corner to the center fielder. While Jake is no outs, first and second. He's threatening here. Oh, that was a soft lift. He's got to move those runners. He's got to score those runners, Jake. Those are 2 real important runners out there, first and second, while Beck just hits another home run.
Beck is consistently hitting the ball above 100 miles an hour right now.
Jake. Oh, off the top of the wall for Jake. 9-21 for Jake. He played it 2. Nope, it was hit too hard to play 2. So second and third, 1 out for Jake. Still with a 3-run lead, but Beck's just – this is going to be a pop-up for Jake. I don't think it's deep enough to score the run either, unfortunately. So two big runners there. And he got the double down the line for Jake. Scores both runs probably. That's a huge hit. So he hit the double, and he came through with that 2-out double. Huge. And you got Beck still, and then nice. He follows it up with a home. Nice.
So it is now quickly a 7-run lead for Jake, but runners on second and third with 1 out and a ball down the left field line that will bring in 2.
Keeps on hitting it.
And on the right side, Jake is not letting up either. So it's now a 6-run lead with a runner on second base for both players. 1 out for Beck and 2 outs for Jake. This is a big moment. Jake, at this point, I would not feel comfortable with my 3rd out leaving Beck at the dish with 2 more outs to play with.
No.
Especially with the numbers he's putting up right now.
These college programs, wherever these guys, Jake with Minnesota, they're going to get some middle of the order bats. Let me tell you.
Well, in Minnesota has really in the last 5 years turned the entire program around from to just be one of the top elite offensive powerhouses in the country. You think a cold weather state like that, maybe you're not convinced that that's one of the top spots in the country, but they were in the top 10 in almost every offensive category in 2019. So they have a serious program with a great coach and staff over there, and he's walking into a good program, and no doubt Beck will contribute wherever he goes right off the bat. So Jake has 3 pitches, and he just put that ball in play. That was good because the 4th pitch, if he didn't hit it, would have been a strikeout.
That's right. It's not a strike. So it's a 4-pitch at bat. So somebody could take 4 strikes. That's no home run there. Nice job, Jake. He's keeping the foot on the gas pedal, as we said. Beck's not going to give up.
Absolutely not, but it's still a 5-run lead for Jake This is an absolute battle. These guys are going off these innings. Another 104 mile an hour hit for Beck.
This is nuts.
This is crazy. 41 to 36. Let's go.
I don't know.
This is
what
what
you think,
want
Andrew?
watch.
When you were in high school, I don't think they had eggs, but I know I didn't hit 104 miles an hour at 16 years old. I'll tell you that.
Well, I maybe with the BESR bats that we had when I was playing, but I can tell you with the bats that they have, the BB Core bats, no. That Easton bat does have a lot of pop though, and it's got a nice large barrel, which helps it to be able a little bit more consistent with delivery. So you see these guys, their average velos are both 90 to 95 plus right now. I would bet from what we're seeing. 98 over the fence to left field.
But Jake is maintaining that 6-run lead, and none of them. Jake could easily just turn one over right now, get the final out, and Beck could come back. He's refusing to do that. He's just keeping the pressure on Beck. Beck's like, what do I have to do?
Beck has another out to work with too. Beck has one out. Exactly. Jake has 2 outs, and they're just not backing down. That's another one.
That's a home run. These guys should be playing in college fields. They're too good for high school fields.
I completely agree. This is relentless. Jake goes opposite field.
It's a very opposite field. Beck could go opposite field. That's an opposite field triple. Oh, that could be an out. No, he took it over the head. Look at the 105 miles an hour. That's nuts. I'm in awe.
105
both of these players.
And they're both kind of taking a little bit of a breather. I
think they scored 20 runs this inning. Both players have scored 20 runs this inning. This is nuts.
I think that might even be undercounting it. It's crazy. They deservedly so are just taking a little bit of time in between the at bats, which you can understand. Now, if you look at Beck, he's got 44 base hits out of 55 pitches, and Jake has 53 knocks on 66 hits. So these guys are taking a lot of swings right now.
Jake just
and they're still not going down.
Head. No, they're not. They're not. Yeah, that's a gap shot, beautifully placed.
A great gap shot. So it's now a 5-run lead for Jake, although he has 2 outs, and he's going to hit another.
They're not stopping. They are not stopping.
So there's a ground ball to third base. And Jake finally has his 3rd out of the inning, and Beck
he could have done that 20 runs ago. He scored 20 runs with basically. That was crazy.
So Beck with a big opportunity here now. He's got 2 runs to play with.
This is where he recaptures the lead. He's hoping, and going into the 6th again. 1 out for Beck, 5th inning. He just cleared the bases with a 2-run home run and adds a solo shot.
100 miles an hour to dead center. A 3-run lead for Jake has to feel like almost nothing at this point, as Beck still has 2 outs to work with in this inning.
Oh, wow. 104-24. Wow.
And Jake at this point can do nothing but watch. There's a foul ball down the left field line, but Jake, maybe this would be good for him. I was going to say maybe he needs some time just to get loose and rest up from that long inning to get ready for the 6th and last inning. He's got a 1-run lead here. Beck has not been slowing down at all. There is finally his 2nd out of the inning.
Yep. He got under
86 miles an hour, 58 degrees.
Yeah,
if you see at the top,
58.
Yeah, and what we're talking about here, Mike and I, at the top of the screen, you see the EV, the exit velocity, and the LA, the launch angle of every single hit. So those are the metrics that we're referring to at the top of the screen there, as well as the distance and the result of the hit. Beck ground ball to third base. There's his 3rd out.
It's going to be tied. Going into the 6th inning, it is going to be tied 51-51.
Okay. Now,
unbelievable. What's this format, Andrew, in the 6th inning? What are we going to see here?
So the format is going to be out for out. And what was going to happen was the team that was losing was going to start first. But now, since we have a tie going into the inning, we are going to have the lower seed start first, which is Jake in this case. So Jake is going to be the first one to hit, and he's going to hit until he records an out. And after he records an out, then Beck will hop in, and he will hit until he records an out. So we could be here for a while if they keep up what they did last inning. I do think the fatigue might come into play a little bit here, but we will see what happens. So going into the 6th inning, 51-51.
They're not going to be in there for 3 consecutive outs. So I wonder if that's going to, disrupt their flow a little bit. I don't know. We'll see. This is incredible. So that's 49 degrees at 90 miles an hour. Oh,
quick out for Jake.
Start. Yeah, it's a quick out. He just got under 90 miles an hour at 49 degrees. A little too high.
He's frustrated too. You can see in the video there. He knows he missed that one. There might be something to the fact that they don't have as much of a rhythm here with having to wait for each player though. So Beck is taking a drink and stepping back in.
Like you said before, some time to rest there, where Beck really has no time to rest. So he's just coming off that long inning where Jake rested for a couple of minutes. And look at that. And 55-degree launch angle did the same exact thing. No, we can't be. I don't think we've had an extra inning game here in the opens.
Outs. No, we have. Oh, actually, that's not true. We did have one in the first round of the Open, but this would be incredible in the first playoff extra inning game.
There you go.
And there's a hit.
There we go. So he didn't get up that. There you go. He found the gap there. So
okay, so Jake should continue. Hitting here, and there goes a 95-mile-an-hour hit to left field. You see a nice little pose there after dropping a bomb on that one. He's starting to get comfortable. There you go. 54-51, a 3-run lead. Again, Jake is going to hit until he records his second out, and then we will go to Beck. Jake with a big opportunity here. 2 quick outs by both players on their first run through.
That's a laser beam there. 95 miles an hour, 94 miles an hour.
Again, with a 64, 65 mile an hour pitch speed, it's coming in about 10 miles an hour faster than on Beck's side.
Yeah, that's a strategy, right? And I've seen Beck hit 80, 85 mile an hour on Friday Night Fight leagues. So I know he can hit harder, higher for pitches, but he's elected to go that 55 mile an hour pitch velocity. Nice job, Jake. He's always five out here. 6 and 7.
7-run lead. That is absolutely nothing for Beck, though, as we saw last inning. So I would not be worried about that whatsoever on his side. But there's a line drive out.
96 mile an hour laser. Yeah. So
great hit, just right at the shortstop. He did. He did. 7 runs.
7 runs up. So the pressure is on Beck right now. But give him a little bit. Gave him a couple of minutes to rest. Catch his breath a little bit.
I think you take a pitch here. See that ball come in. There it is. Get the speed for it. And I think he just needs one or... Oh, my goodness. Look at that. Line shot to third base. The second out for Beck. So we have 2 outs for each player. We're heading back over to Jake for his last bid this inning to put on some insurance runs going into the final outs for each player.
Great. So Jake was the number 2 seed?
Jake was the number 2 seed. That's correct. Beck was the number 1 seed. Jake put up, in the qualifier, he put up 65 runs to get into this. He was not
There
too
you
far
go.
away, even though Beck put up 70 plus runs to get into this. He can
So-
match what's going on, and we're seeing that.
Oof, that's it. That's the second out right there. That runner has to get back to first. Okay. So he put up
Third out.
What did he do? Put up another run. What happened
So
there? Oh, that's it.
it's
That's the third out.
no,
right?
no, that's the third out. So it's a 7-run lead for Jake, and we're going to go
Yep.
over to Beck with his last opportunity with 2 outs, 7 runs to send it to 1 win. Game 2 will be right after this, but let's see what Beck can do to try and turn the tides at the end of this one. And he's not going to do
That's
it. There's a
The game's
pop
over.
up.
He didn't
70
have
degrees.
that flow. That's crazy. Jake, congratulations. What a matchup. What a matchup. I think that fifth inning just really wore them both out, I believe, especially Beck.
I agree. I think we saw, like you said, 40 plus combined runs in that 5th inning. And in the 6th inning, they got a breather. They had to wait a little bit, which may have changed the rhythm of the flow with that out for out format. But ultimately, game 1 goes to the number 2 seed, Jake Larson, the University of Minnesota, commit 58-51. What do you got? Beck coming back in game 2. What do you think's on deck for game number 2 here?
That was impressive. Both players. Jake really showed a lot right there. Beck a little bit harder, but Jake did not. He was behind 14 runs in the first inning and did not let them interfere with him at all. Didn't get in his head. Came right back. I don't think Beck ever lost a game on hit tracks, tournaments, and stuff like that. It's going to be really curious. Maybe Jake got that momentum. I don't know. Let's see. Maybe he can. Maybe he can.
Beck's going to come back with a fire. I'm excited for this. Game number 1 goes to Jake Larson. We will be back after about a 20 to 30 minute break for game number 2. So, Mike, we will see you shortly.
Great. Thanks, Andrew. right? And Beck went out to a 14-0 lead. And the amount of grit, I think I used that word in the first game with the comeback that Jake did. I think it was tied, or it was just, I think he cut the lead to 16-8 or something in the second inning. And then the door opened. He had a, remember that double play that he hit that I thought was going to come back and bite him? And it didn't. He had first and third. He was down by a couple of runs. And Beck had already had the third out, so we had the rest of the inning to eat up that lead, and he got into a huge double play. And I really thought that was going to just come back to haunt him, and it didn't. He wasn't fazed by it one bit. So the amount of grit that he showed in that first game was astounding, impressive.
Well, we prematurely dubbed that the B5 moment of the game, and it certainly wasn't, because he was able to overcome that. And you know, credit to Jake. I think, you know, coming in as the 2 seed, we were talking Beck up a lot. He's obviously competed in a lot of these tournaments before, but we've seen Jake in these as well too. And to get into this, both of these guys qualified for a 1 week qualifier by putting up runs to get in the top 4, and Beck led the group with, I think it was 73 runs to get into this. But Jake was not far behind with 65 runs in one game. So both of these guys have the capability to do what they need to do to win. Jake has shown he's a real hitter. And again, both these guys are swinging the Easton B5 bat. They're going to get started here shortly, game number 2. The winner of this is going to take home the sweet, and maybe you've seen this on social media. If you haven't, you need to look at Easton's website, but it's a sweet bat kit with bat. So we're off. There we go. Beck Milner with a base knock to the left side, and wouldn't you know it, he hit a home run.
The little ground ball and a home run. Quick 2-0 lead for Beck. 98 miles an hour. And why not just throw another home run on top of that, too? Oh, no, that was off the top of the fence there. So really quick start for Beck. And
what we've
Jake's
seen
about
from
ready to
Beck,
take his first pitch.
What we've seen from Beck is he moves quick. Like when he gets in a rhythm, he likes to go. And maybe we saw a little bit of that kind of work against his advantage at the end of the game, where with the out-for-out format, because when he gets in a rhythm, he does not like to waste time in between pitches.
Yep, you're right. He had they both had a long fifth inning where they put it in, 40, 50 runs combined. And Jake made the third out maybe by a couple of minutes. And Beck came back 51-51. So Jake had a little bit of time to rest going into that sixth. And I think that benefited him. And then, like you said, that out for out didn't really play into Beck's favor there. And Jake came on top. But Jake, neither one lost anything here. Jake does have one out, but he has first just scored a run-scoring double, follow that up with another double in the gap. So these guys are both coming out hot.
They really are. Jake is hitting off of one of our sleek Gen 3 overhead systems, and you see Beck in Salt Lake City down in the bottom left corner, hitting at Universal Athletic in Salt Lake using the Gen 1 system that, again, you left your blood, sweat, and tears on from the basement of your house.
Made in my basement. I gotta close my door. My dog's barking.
The dog wants to join in on the action. It was 58-51 last game, so everybody's tuning in on this. Thank you guys for all joining in the chat as well. We see a lot of support for both of these players. Jake with 3 outs and 3 runs, so he's off to a better start than the last game. But Beck sitting here with 8 runs on the board and only 1 out as he puts a 104.6 mile an hour shot into the left center field gap.
Yeah, so 14-0. So that's going to be an out there, 50 degrees, second out of the inning. But that was a 14-0 run score at the first inning last game, game 1.
So he's plated 8, 2 dead, runner on second base with a 5-run lead. Again, 5 runs in this format is far from insurmountable. We're hitting in San Diego, and if you notice, these players are both high schoolers, I believe. I know Beck is a junior. I believe Jake's a junior. Jake is committed to the University of Minnesota. But so you notice as Beck records his 3rd out there that center field is set to 356 feet. So they're playing at San Diego on a high school size stadium, which maybe is a little bit too small for these guys. They're studs.
It is. It is. It is. They could. I don't think many major league ballparks are going to contain these two players. And actually, what I'm also noticing now is they're keeping with the pitch velocities the same. So you saw the last pitch in the upper right-hand corner for Jake was at 68 miles an hour, a little faster than the first game. Yeah, it was around 65, 66. So there you go. One quick out by Jake. But Beck is still with that 55, 54 mile an hour incoming pitch velocity. So there's a difference there. And that's going to find the wall there just to play the run for Jake. So only a 5-run deficit coming into the second inning for Jake.
So Jake pops one up there.
Already two outs.
Quick outs. Beck is just starting off here. He had a few more swings, but he starts out with a quick out. And that's kind of been with Beck. He seems to record an out early on, and then once he hits his rhythm, he gets going, and it's tough to stop, just like that.
How about that?
104 miles an hour.
I thought that was going to go. Look at that, 102. That's such a rope. You see more fly balls, hard fly balls from Jake. You see these line drives from Beck. Neither one goes opposite field very often.
No, I think we had one opposite field double from Jake last game.
Yeah, same
it looks as
Beck.
though his video.
One each.
Yep, one each, and Beck is just pummeling the ball right now. Again, both of these players, it looks like Jake's video is a little bit frozen, but both players are swinging the green Easton B5 bat, which if you've held that bat in your hand, which I had the pleasure to do for a few moments, the barrel on that thing is massive. So they are going to be able to consistently hit the ball, and you can see that right now. They're not having a ton of hits that are, 76 miles an hour might be the slowest exit velocity hit we've seen so far from Jake on the right side of the screen as he gets his third out.
Do we know what do we know what size bats they're using?
I believe both players are using a 33. I know Jake is for sure. Beck, if he's not, he should be. He's got the biceps for it.
I was thinking he was going to go for a 34 there.
True. They, but both of these guys have had plenty of hacks on the hit tracks. I think Beck has had the system for 6 or 7, 8 years now, and Jake only within the last year. But I know they both have gotten plenty of swings, so they know this system well too. But when was that? When did you install that system for Beck? He was one of your first customers, is that right?
Oh, that's a Gen 1 system. So that was within our first 2 years of production, that Gen 1 system, the one that goes all the way to the floor like that in the video. Again, that was made in my basement before we got our factory and all that. That had to be 2013, 2014. So that's at least 6 years old, I would say. 6, 7 years old. And I knew him when he was 12 years old. 11, 12 years old. When I first met him.
We got a good matchup so far, too. It's 11-9. Jake hits his first out shoestring catch, like you said, after a home run, and he follows it up with another shot in the gap that should get off the wall. There you go. So 12-9, and this is where, in the fifth inning last game, we saw just an absolute show where these guys put up 20-plus runs apiece. So we're kind of waiting for that to happen, although they could be wearing down a little bit from fatigue.
Well, I think it's going to be like this. I don't think anyone's going to go out to a 14-run lead in this game. I think it's going to be a lot of back and forth like this, and you're seeing what you're seeing now is Jake coming back. Wouldn't be surprised if he takes the lead in this inning, but and then Beck hits a home run just to shut me up.
15-11, runner on second base, 1 out for Jake, no outs for Beck, and he mishit a 93-mile-an-hour double down the left field line.
Yeah, well, Jake got caught up there, only 73 miles an hour. Either hit off the end of the bat way ahead of it, or he got jammed. Wish that video worked, actually, for Jake. I like seeing that swing.
Yeah, he's a big kid. You can tell he's got broad shoulders, like you said. He's who'd you compare him to? Voit?
Yeah, Luke Voit. He looks like a Luke Voit to me.
Voit?
Yeah. He's just missing that hop after he hits that home run.
So Jake will be moving on to play college ball at the University of Minnesota. And Beck, if there are any college coaches that are listening, sounds like he may be uncommitted. I don't think that will last much longer.
It's not going to last much longer. I know he was talking to some teams, but I asked him where do you think he was going to go, and he didn't have anything. He didn't really tell me that he was favoring one over another, but I know he's talking to a couple of schools out there. He's on the East Coast. He went from California school in Connecticut, a nice private school, and I think it's Watertown, Connecticut. And both of these guys, I'm sure, hits middle of the order in their respective lineups. Ooh,
so
just
Beck,
past the third
as
baseman.
we've been another one down, as we've been talking, he's maintained that 8-run lead, and Jake records his third out of the inning. This is a big moment now because Jake is done, down 8 runs, and Beck has just recorded with that pop up there at 53 degrees, his first out of the inning. He's still got 2 more to play with here in the third inning, already with an 8-run lead.
Yeah, I think I said I don't think anybody's going to go out to a 14, 15-run lead. This is the chance for Beck to do it. Third inning, halfway down, and just got over the left fielder's head there. 105 miles an hour, 104.5. And that's going to be 79-51. That's 2 outs. So it's a 9-run lead right now, 2 outs made on second base. See if he can open it up just a little bit.
So a big moment here in the game, runner on second base, 2 outs for Beck, and he's going to plate another one. Not many balls will get caught at 104 miles an hour like that.
No, not at 11 degrees. That one's going to be tough. Is that going to go over that left fielder's head? Nope. He's found a hole right in the right spot. Beck likes it in a lot of line drives, 102, 103 miles an hour in that corner, just like that. That one, 104, just over the fence. That 104 miles an hour.
18-degree home run. 18 degrees.
This is a high school field though, so it is a little bit shorter than the college and the major leagues, of course. But you're still seeing them hit 388 feet, 390 feet. So now he's opened that 14-run lead and up against the wall there for another double, second and third.
And this is what he can do. This is 105.6. There it is. This 21. Is what Beck can do. We saw him do it in the qualifier. We saw him do it in the semifinals. He's now at 33 runs with 2 outs left here in the third inning. That one may not do it. Caught by the left fielder for his third out, but he's put himself at a 17-run advantage heading here into the fourth inning.
That was pretty impressive. Okay, now I'm really curious to see. I wish that video came back in there for Jake, but I'm curious to see what he's going to do now. He needs to rest up, maybe hydrate a little bit, and see if he can put up more than a couple of runs here in this next inning. While Jake, of course, it's the fourth inning, so this is a 6-inning game. He needs to get right back in here and put a huge dent, if not catch up, in this next inning. Remember, it was 51-51 after 5 innings last game.
With what we've seen from Beck, I think it's nearly impossible to get all 17 of those runs back. So you got to start chipping away. I think at the end of the fourth, you got to set little goals here and drop that deficit to 10, 12 runs and cut that down to 5 to 7 runs heading into the 6th inning. Again, this is a 6-inning game. And he starts out there with a nice bomb to left field. And that one is right at the left fielder. That's not going to cut it.
Yeah. That was 87.
So that's the difference.
87 miles an hour.
Exactly. Oof. That's the difference between an 87 to 104 mile an hour hit at 18 degrees. Two quick ones.
Yeah, 2 quick ones while Beck's still sitting there, just resting up from that long inning. So Jake's going to breathe a little bit, maybe even take a step out. Oh, right to the outfielder again. So that's just before he takes the first pitch. Jake has 3 outs. And that should be an out too. So that's one quick. Yeah, he needed more runs back, to come off that inning. I don't think he's going to score another 14, 15 runs. He needed more. He needed to cut that lead a little bit that inning, and Jake failed to do that.
It's been like clockwork for Beck too. He'll step up, he'll fly out the first hit, and then he'll go on this home run parade and just put 4 or 5 out in a row, and then match it with a couple doubles in the gap. So you're right. Jake was resting there while Beck was hitting, so he hopped in and he's got his 3 quick outs already. So now he's at a spot where he's got to watch Beck and see what he can put together with a second out line shot to the shortstop.
So
2 outs.
He scored 4 or 5 runs. That's the 5th run right there. He scored this inning. Coming in there at 55 miles an hour. He's on it. Look at that. 102 right at the third baseman, the hot corner. And that's it.
So 3 outs for both players.
We got the
20-run lead. There we go. I think Jake, his target has got to be to cut that lead in half here going in to what will be the 6th and final inning as we enter the 5th here. Again, Jake, there we go. Now we can see him moving around there. You can see how a big, strong kid he really is, and a great swing in Beck on the left side is really got a nice compact swing with quick hands. He doesn't have a lot of movement before the pitch comes in. He's really stationary, and not necessarily stationary, but he is quick and concise to the ball, and it's repeatable movement.
It's a couple of big hits right there. Home run with a double. So it's kind of interesting, too. That's a nice shot. It's kind of interesting, too. So this is a best-of-3 series. Jake got that first one, and now he's down by 20 runs, 19 runs or so. Does he expand the energy or expend the energy? And no, that's a pop-up. That fell in. What am I saying? Does he expand the energy, try to make that comeback, fall short a little bit, and then now he's gassed for game 3? Or does he kind of maybe take a tactic where he just says, okay, you got me on this one, and rest up a little bit and go for game 3 strong?
That's a phenomenal question.
I don't think these players are gonna think that way. I think they're just gonna try to get it now. But I don't know. It's what do you do? They look at this. Beck with an out, 1 out each, 18 runs, first and third for Jake.
That's a great question, though. The fatigue factor will come in this second and third games here. So, Beck put up 50-something runs in the semifinals earlier today, and so I could absolutely see the case for that. As competitors in the box in the moment, I think you're right. I think Jake's going to continue to hit and grind. He's got an efficient swing as well, so I don't think he has to exert his full energy on every one of these hacks. But I kind of... this is kind of the gamesmanship here. I kind of like the move by Beck. He's got 2 outs. He sees Jake has 1, so he's coming out. He's taking a quick little breath to hop back in there. I like that move. And Jake, on the other side, he seems to have found himself in a little bit of rhythm, which we saw plenty of times in the semifinal in the first matchup here. Down. Yeah. There you go.
He is drilling this wall. There's a lot of dents in this wall. 86 miles an hour, 46. What's going to happen to that ball? That's an out. So 2 outs apiece. He did come in.
And as Beck was watching
there. It's 12-run lead now. Oh, that's it for the third out. Jake's sitting down. After making 2 quick outs, Beck sat back and took a breather. And now he's in the driver's seat. He's still hitting in the 5th inning. His lead was cut by 7. It's only a 13-run lead now. But he's still up with
that. Move paid off. Yeah, he saw his 20-run deficit kind of disappeared there as he was watching. But I don't think he was really worried about it, to be honest with you.
Super smart. He got 2 quick outs. He stepped back. He hit. He captured his breath a little. Jake made the outs, and now he's in the driver's seat. And Jake has to watch this. It is gamesmanship. So again, you're absolutely right. He played it perfectly.
So Jake, in this case, is up 1-0. He won game 1, 58-51. So this is a win or go home for Beck. Jake does not have to win this. We will have game 3 right after. if he's not able to mount a comeback here in the 6th inning. And we know, as you see Beck at 44 runs and adding on to it, is that going to get down? It is. So adding on to it, Jake has the capability to put up 50, 60. Yeah, and this game 3 matchup, which it's set up looking like it's going to be, they both have the capability to put up monstrous innings. And we're just seeing Beck find a little bit of a rhythm a little more consistently here as we head into the 6th inning after his 3rd out's recorded on a 104-mile-an-hour hit.
Yeah. Oh, that was just a casual 104-mile-an-hour line drive right to the right fielder, left fielder. So this is it. So he built it back up to a 19-point lead, 19-run lead. And Jake's thinking right now, what's he going to do? Is he going to see? And he's coming up first too. So that's
Jake Larson,
quick out right there. 51 degrees isn't going to cut it.
We saw that last game in this out-for-out format. So now Beck is going to step up, and he will hit until he records an out. Beck hitting at Universal Athletic in Salt Lake City. Jake at the Larson Barn near Issaquah, Washington. So both of these guys are seeing on their screens the other the other players' screens. So they know what's going on, and Jake steps up and starts out with a double, another double to left field. But it's a pretty cool format we've got here with both of these guys being able to compete inside their own, little cages here in different parts of the country. I talked to both of these guys, and they were very excited and had the competitive juices flowing. So this means something because they're walking away with some pretty cool swag if they win this.
I'm not sure why this Hittrax defense isn't shifting. I think
that's a great question. That has come up many times.
20 degrees of the 90 degree stuff on the field. He is just using its left, center.
We're gonna need We're gonna need a real-time neural net to start configuring that. That's the next software update.
Yeah, we need some shifting going on here. Yeah, this is. So I think this answers the question on what Jake wants to do with these next 2 outs. He's down by 27 runs. So nothing's impossible, but do you expend that energy, expend that energy, trying to come back from this, knowing that you have a game 3 in your back pocket, You could lay down a bunt here. You never know.
I was just going to say, a nice little sacrifice bunt would not be the worst approach. And if I were Beck, I would follow it up with the same exact thing here. It's a different story when you step into the box, though. It's hard when that pitch is coming in not to compete every single one, and that's what you want from these guys. They're they're going to rip it. They're not going to lay anything down.
Yeah.
But there you go. There's
94 miles an hour. That was still a strong swing. Yeah, for the second out. The video is a little bit delayed on my end. I don't know if it's on your end, but
that it is. I think that was the last hit you saw there. Yep.
Yeah, that was the last hit. So 2 outs. So I think this game is going to go to Beck, up 27.
So if it holds,
watch him put up another 5 runs here. Watch this. He'll put up another 5 runs, which I wouldn't advise doing.
102 at 15 degrees for a double to start the inning. 102.8.
You know what? I say I wouldn't advise doing it, but I'm not 16 anymore or 17 years old. These guys probably have a lot of energy in them, but that was a pop-up to the shortstop for the second out.
So he's got 2 outs. If this holds, Beck will win. It will be 1-1 in the series. We will move on. Game 3 will be just after this, about 30 minutes after the game ends. This is the championship for the high school bracket. Again, these guys came through a field of about 75 players, made the top 4.
Look at this. Look at this. He's going left. He's going left-handed. I didn't know. Is he a switch hitter?
Oh, there you go. And he still hit it to left field. I respect that. So, all right.
That's good.
There we go. That's the end of the game. 56-26. Beck Milner takes it. The series is now tied to 1-1. We are moving on to game number 3, which will come up here in about 30 minutes. Wow, what a matchup.
His breath a little bit, let him score a few runs. Jake made those third out, and then Beck just opened it up. So that was some pretty heady play, the gamesmanship, as you said, by Beck, and that kind of cinched it for him. He could have went out easily there, and Jake could have, he was only a couple of runs down at that point, but Beck went on. So that was pretty smart playing by Beck. Good for him to even it up by one game. They have forcing a rubber game.
This is it. This is for the B5 Pro Kit from Easton. Again, thank you to our sponsor. Game number 2. We will be back in about 30 minutes for a game number 3 that you will not want to miss. See you soon, Mike.
Thanks, Andrew. Thanks.
Bo Jackson waits for the 2-2. Swing and a drive. Deep center field. There she goes. A home run for Mark McGuire. Tony Gwynn launches one over the right field wall. A second-guess shot for Barry Larkin. The Titans of Cal State Fullerton are the champions of college baseball.
Hi, I'm John Leffler, and I'm the category manager for Easton baseball bats. The B5 Pro Big Barrel is back. This old school design meets modern technology in this traditional one-piece alloy bat. Featuring our highest end alloy in our product line, the barrel is created with our ringless barrel design with varying wall thicknesses to help expand the sweet spot and create a more smooth feel on contact.
Easton's natural Pro Balance swing weight results in a balanced feel, combining both speed and power. The speed cap helps provide a more flexible and responsive barrel, while producing that natural alloy sound elite players have grown to love.
Players told us they wanted a stiffer bat, so we created an even stiffer handle to maximize energy transfer back into the ball at contact. Also reinforced with our VRS handle insert, it helps reduce vibration and create a smoother feel on contact.
We use our most premium grip, which is a 1.8 millimeter synthetic grip, to provide the ultimate combination of cushion and tack for pure performance in every swing.
Over 40 years in the making, the B5 Pro Big Barrel changes everything again.
I'm pulling out my B5. Get your phones out, cause I'm about to be live. Smashing curveballs, even if they knee high. Stinging baseballs, call me Mr. Beehive. Big Mac attack, Mark McGuire, boy. Mark McGuire got me preaching to the choir, boy. He used to use B5s back in college, boy. Mark McGuire is a legend, pay homage, boy. Bo Jackson. When he swung a B5, lights, camera, action. Bo Jackson. Hit the ball so far, everybody laughing. Mr. Padre, aka Tony Gwynn. Got so many base hits, he everybody friend. 5.5 or the 6 hole. Doesn't matter, Tony Gwynn getting hits, yo. I'm swinging B5, I'm swinging B5, I'm swinging B5. Yeah, I'm swinging B5, I'm swinging B5, I'm swinging B5. All in the dirt, guaranteed to hit a big five. I'm swinging B5, I'm swinging B5, I'm swinging B5. Yeah, I'm swinging B5, I'm swinging B5, I'm swinging B5. All in the dirt, guaranteed to hit a big five. Yeah, he swung a B5. 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 I'm buried locking every time I turn a double play. I'm buried locking, dropping bombs each and every day. I'm buried locking, so just sit back, enjoy the show. Guess who's on deck? Gonzo. Luis Gonzalez used to swing a big bat. Made a lot of pitchers ask how he hit that.
Yeah, like for real. How did he hit that? I threw it outside and he. God dang it, how did he hit that?
Terry Francona, soon to be Hall of Fame. Swung a B5, now everybody know his name. I'm swinging B5, I'm swinging B5, I'm swinging B5. Yeah, I'm swinging B5, I'm swinging B5, I'm swinging B5. All in the dirt, guaranteed to hit a big fly. I'm swinging B5, I'm swinging B5, I'm swinging B5. Yeah, I'm swinging B5, I'm swinging B5, I'm swinging B5. All in the dirt, guaranteed to hit a big fly. T-I-N-O-M-A-R-T-I-N-E-Z. Tino Martinez made it look easy. Left a lot of pitchers feeling so greasy. B5 is the bat you need to swing, boy. Got my team screaming out, do your thing, boy. The B5 extra hot, got a lot of pop. All you other bats soft like flip-flops. I don't really care what the haters gotta say. I practice 24/7, that means every day. I carry 2 B5s in my bat bag.
Why you carry 2 bats?
Cause I got swag. You throw a curveball, I'ma throw a uppercut. If you throw it again, I'ma double up. CJ Beatty 44 on the Instagram. I let the whole wide world know who I am. I'm swinging B5, I'm swinging B5, I'm swinging B5. Yeah, I'm swinging B5, I'm swinging B5, I'm swinging B5. All in the dirt, guaranteed to hit a big fly. I'm swinging B5, I'm swinging B5, I'm swinging B5. Yeah, I'm swinging B5, I'm swinging B5, I'm swinging B5. All in the dirt, guaranteed to hit a big fly.
Alrighty, we are back for game number 3 of the high school championship for the Green Easton Classic between Beck Milner, the number 1 seed, and Jake Larson, the number 2 seed. So we're in for a big one here, Mike. We've had some exciting first 2 games. What do you got going into game number 3?
First one was Jake showed the grit. And second game, Beck just kind of dominated that game. It's as anyone's. I feel like Jake's going to come out strong. He's got something to prove. I don't know. I'm thinking Jake. If you're asking me for a pick, maybe Jake might be able to pull this thing off.
I like it. I think so. I think so as well. But Beck has put up now 50 plus runs in 2 of his 3 games today. So I am absolutely not going to count him out. I think this one's going to be close. I don't think this one's going to be a blowout. Last game was, Beck kind of ran away with it a little bit.
He did.
But we've got game number 3 coming up. Again, this is the Green Easton Classic. So really, we put this tournament on together with Easton and promoting the release of their, I guess the re-release of the B5 Pro Big Barrel Bat, which you'll see both of these players using today, and they seem to be very comfortable in the box with it. We've seen Beck put up exit velocities of 105, 104 miles an hour, and Jake nearly touching triple digits. But this bat really was iconic back in the day, even going back to when you were playing, Mike. I know you mentioned you had the whole team using the same Green Easton bat. Is that right?
In my youth, yeah, everyone used it. Little League, Babe Ruth, college, not so much college, but in high school. And really quick story, we're partners with Easton. Shout out to them for putting this on. Thank you very much. And I used to go to their office in Van Nuys, California, and I used to go in the conference room, and they had this wall of baseball bats through the years. And I would look all the way to the left, and I'd see that green bat. And I would take it off. I'd ask them, can I take it off? And I held it, and it brought me back to my Little League days in Lee Romano Field in North Providence, Rhode Island. And it was just crazy. And this is years ago. And they told me everyone who comes into that conference room goes to that bat. It's that iconic. And a couple of years later, kudos to whoever the marketing team that thought this up, because that bat to me just is so nostalgic. And when they sent us a bat, they sent HitTrax a bat early, one of those kits, just holding it. It just flooded the memories back from Little League. So it is iconic, and hats off to Easton for putting it out there, and also for putting on. So he's taken no. He's not waiting around for that, while Jake's still yet to show himself in his cage. Beck is off and running with a couple of hard hits. One out already, though.
I think Beck might have been using the clock might have been a little fast, but that's okay. We're going to start off here. Jake's hopping in the cage now. He sees Beck going. So game number 3 again. Both these players are swinging that sweet B5 bat, which I think will be one of the best bats of, it's kicked off here at the end of 2020, but going into the 2021 season. A lot of these players, these 2 guys specifically have not really been able to play ball a lot this year because of everything that's been going on. So this tournament is kind of a good escape, I guess, back to the field where they're competing now live head-to-head. Jake is playing out of the Larson Barn near Issaquah, Washington, and Beck is hitting at Universal Athletic in Salt Lake City. So these 2 guys have put on a show. They've beaten out over 75 athletes, won a semifinal matchup to get to this point. As Mike said earlier, Jake took game 1, putting up 58 runs, and Beck took game 2, putting up 50 plus of his own in sort of a blowout, and he's off to another hot start here in the first inning.
He is 7-2 up, and he's not looking back, actually. Another 102-mile-an-hour laser off of the left field fence, and Jake answers that with a double over the left fielder's head there, too. These are just 2 very, very strong hitters that are absolutely in the middle of a lineup type of bat. They're going to do well in the next level. They're both juniors in high school, I believe, and they're going to go over and have good, fine collegiate careers. Where you see Jake actually have a pop up for the second out. He's down 10-4. So we don't want to see. I don't think he wants to see Beck go out with too much of a lead there. He came back with that 14 runs that first game, but I don't think he wants to. I don't think he wants to get off that back that type of deficit again. So 3 outs.
No, he came back,
scored 4 runs.
He's been in this position though. He came back down 14-0, like you said in the first game. But yeah, really keeping this thing within an arm's reach for both of these players is key. If 7 runs in this game is not a lot, but 7 runs can quickly turn into a 17-20 run lead. If you put yourself in a position. Fortunately for Jake, Beck just recorded his third out of the inning, and it is going to stay at a 7-run lead heading into inning number 2. This is a 6-inning game. These players are going to be – they get 4 pitches for every single at-bat. If they don't put a ball in play for 4 pitches, that will be an out. And Jake comes out hot right out the gate, 95 miles an hour at 16 degrees.
And these players, and it's left a pop up right there at 84-degree launch angle. Not
Look
even
at
at
that.
the mound. That's crazy there. But what they're going to need to do there is he followed that up though with an 80-mile-an-hour 49. That's another out though, folks. So it's 2 quick outs in the second inning. You know, I think Jake's going to need to really come back and not get that lead, not fall in that deficit of 10, 15 runs. He needs to going to come out early. He just can't come back after 4 or 5 innings down that much. It's just going to take too much. It's too late in the day. 3 games under his belt. I think he needs to really show a force here early and get that lead. Maybe a little bit of luck with Beck making some hard outs, but he needs to cut the lead. He can't wait till later innings. Just too late in the day for this.
It is, and it's not a hot start. He's got 3 outs, 10 runs down. Looks like Beck will have his first out as it's a fly ball at 50 degrees. So he's going to need to keep this one at bay. Beck with a chance to get pretty close to putting himself in a position where it's going to be a tough comeback for Jake. Both of these players, I talked to them before the game. They've taken a lot of swings today. It's been 50 to 60 swings per game, as there's a 105-mile-an-hour shot for Beck. It didn't phase him. But I do believe that he had a nice Red Bull, and I think Jake had some pre-workout to get the caffeination flowing for this game number 3. So these guys, they're still going to be juiced up.
102-19 degrees home run over the left field fence. It's laser beams into that corner. 102-13 again. I actually got a text from Beck as well. Just laser beams in that corner from Beck. He had to change socks and I think shoes. He wore a hole through his socks and showed me a text of that. So these guys are hitting. They're putting holes in their shoes.
The new socks might be just what Beck needs to take home the championship. He's still lacing the ball 99, 100 miles an hour. There's a pop-up for his third out. And as we were talking there, this is how this happens. As we were talking there, he just is hitting the ball. Now it's a 22-6 lead going into the third inning. It happens like that. It's quick.
Yeah, this is it, though. This is the inning right here. Jake has to put up 15 runs. And it has to be a quick inning for Beck. You can't get down 15, 20, 25 runs going into inning 5. This next inning is a huge one for Jake. This could be it. He's got to find the holes, and that's 90 miles an hour, a little bit less than what we're seeing from Jake. He increased that 93. That's a nice shot right there. So he brings in 2 runs right away. But again, he needs to do some damage right here.
He can do it. We saw him to get into this tournament. He put up 66 runs in the qualifier.
Absolutely.
And in the semifinal match, the first game of this series, he put up 58 runs. So he can do it. You're right. He needs to find that rhythm. It seems like maybe he's lost that consistency a little bit. It could be fatigue. But you know what Beck's going to do. Beck's going to probably end this game with 40 to 50 runs, and Jake's going to have to go on a tear here to match that.
What did he score? So was that a foul ball? What was the score? It was 57 runs the first game. Mm-hmm. Jake, 40-something runs
57
last game.
runs.
He's going to put up 40. Yeah. He already has 24 home runs, 24 runs right now. And it's halfway through. So he's well on his way to another 40 to 50 runs. Both have no outs, though. So Jake is actually coming around. He's put up, I believe, 5 runs so far, and he hasn't recorded his first out, but so hasn't Beck. That's a nice shot down the line. They're both just peppering that left field. Laser beams.
Beck has just been destroying the bleachers and that building out in left field in San Diego.
That was 106.5. That might be the highest exit velo today.
So Jake
That wasn't
flies
good.
out to center field, and
I
at the
think
same
Jack
time on the
Big
left side
did
of
the
your
same
screen,
thing.
he did the
Yeah.
same thing. So 1 out apiece now. This is good to see,
Still
though, from both
14 run
players.
advantage.
It is, but you're
Nice
starting to
shot.
see Jake pick it up. He's got multiple extra base hits
He
in a
is.
row here now.
He is. You're
This
right.
is exactly what he needs to do.
Ooh.
There's a quick one
So that's two
for
outs
Beck.
there on the back side. He didn't hit that one.
Great
84
job.
miles an hour right to the shortstop. That's my type of hit. 84 right to the shortstop.
There have been, I think the lowest exit velocity hit in this game was 73 miles an hour in game number 2. So it is possible, but the harder you hit it, the more likely it's going to be a knock. That said, you can still hit it 96 like Jake did at the left fielder. So he's got 2 outs now.
Yeah, that was a shoestring catch. 86-35. Does that have enough to get over his head? No. Catch a fielder. 3 outs. Oh, and he's still down by at least 16 runs going into the 4th inning while Beck just unloaded with another shot. 17-run. He needed more. He needed to cut that lead more. And Beck's actually increasing his lead since the 2nd inning. This is a tough climb. Yeah, no, these are, again, he's hitting the ball constantly over 100 at 18, 20, 25 degrees. Look at that shot.
I love it. The defense, they don't even need to look back at it. It's a no-doubter. They just hold their position. The ball goes over the fence. Let's just get it ready for the next one again. Up on that deck off the building. And again, 101.
4 in a row?
At 22. Yeah, I believe so. He's 30. And there's another one, 37, 38 for 46 now in this game.
No. Oh, something happened.
Oh, there's one right up the middle.
What happened? Something happened there.
I didn't see the video, but Jake is thankful. Finally, the 3rd out for Beck. And now Jake finds himself in a spot here coming into the 4th inning, down 22 runs, needing to cut that down almost in half, I would say, going into the 5th and 6th inning here.
There's an opposite field double. You know what I would do with Jake? I would have actually rested a little bit. I wouldn't have jumped right back in there. You talked about the gamesmanship, and I think that's what won Beck that second game. Jake was coming back, and Beck just stopped, made 2 quick outs and stopped. I think Beck's got to think about this right here. He doesn't want to do is make a couple of quick outs, and Beck still not in there hitting. He needs to take his time.
Collect your thoughts, calm yourself down a little bit. We saw at that point, as we're talking, Jake's putting on a show here, but this is what happened before. Jake started to cut down on the lead, and Beck wasn't really too nervous about it. There's a shot up the middle. Is that going to get down?
So
that's
now
the first
he made an out. Let's calm down. Let's take a step back a little bit. We don't want to make another quick out here. Come on. Take a step, Jake.
So there you go. At the same point in time, there's the argument to be made that these guys do have that rhythm. If Jake's feeling it, maybe he's more comfortable rolling with that. We saw at the end of game 1 with the out for out format, it kind of threw both of these guys for a loop. Beck is just relentless, another 100-mile-an-hour home run to left field, and Jake follows it up with his own home run to left center field, just snuck out at 357 feet. Looks like maybe there was a runner on second for that. So we've got a 20-run lead with all of these runs that Jake is putting up. Beck is matching him hit for hit right now.
And it's still a 20-run lead. Okay, that could be an out right there, deep fly on the Beck side. So that's 2 outs. They both have 2 outs in the 4th inning. Jake should step back. Jake should step back. Let him make a 3rd out. Let Beck make the 3rd out. And then you could breathe and then try to chip away.
88 miles an hour, 33 degrees. That's going to go out of the park. To each his own. 82 miles an hour, 33.
There's the 3rd out. This is where he has to do some damage now.
This is the time in the game. It's now.
Take
your time. It's 42-25. Beck at this point can do nothing but watch. Jake can start chipping away at that lead. And it looks like he's doing it. He does his swing right now. It doesn't look like he's trying to do too much. He's just trying to put the barrel on the baseball over and over, and it seems to be working.
Yep. Oh, shoestring.
There it is.
So it's still 17 runs going into the 5th inning. So he managed to
17
cut
runs.
5 runs off of that. Yep, 17 runs, 5th inning. Would have liked to seen that. So now again, he's going to go right back in there. He wants it. I guess it's that flow. He wants that rhythm in there. He's not even taking a breath.
I don't know if Beck had quite that long of hair when you first met him, but he's got some real lettuce under that hat.
Yeah, he does. He does. Like any 17-year-old kid, like we all had back then. I had a mullet.
Well, and Jake, I think we need to find a picture of that, first of all.
The
and
mullet?
I think Jake also, yes. And I think Jake was also wearing a hat. I think he might have switched to the headband now, which maybe is a good move. So
Nice.
he's starting out
Jake,
hot.
slow down, Jake. Jake's got to slow down. He's got to slow down.
He does. What I'm seeing from him is he's smoking the ball, but it tends to be at 10 to 15 degrees, where he's
So this
sometimes
is
at
2
risk of those
outs.
balls to left field, going to left field.
This
You're
is
right.
the
There you
inning,
go.
though. This is the inning. This is the inning. This is the inning where he has to do it. Oh, but Beck is 2 outs, but he's still putting on a show over there.
With his back against
Needs
the
a little
wall
bit
with
of
2
luck.
outs. Oh,
Needs a little
boy.
bit of
That was a
luck.
close one.
104, 13 miles an hour from Beck off the bat. And then he follows that up with a home run, 97-40. To hit the ball at 40 degrees at a 97 exit velo, that's pretty elite. That's pretty elite.
You can tell from his video how short and sweet his swing is. He goes right to the baseball and he drives the barrel at it, and there's not a ton of extra movement going on, so he can repeat that swing over and over again, and I think it shows in his consistency.
His father was his hitting coach. When I met him, there was I can't remember his name. There was a former Dodger that was in the academy training back, and I know the father well, and the father has produced some players in the area too. So, and he's got some good people coaching him, as you could tell. Nice shot by Jake, 92-25 the other fence. Oh no, it hit the top of the fence. So
Jake is going nowhere.
Lead. Beck is going nowhere with 2 outs, and it's still 2 outs to no outs. So
still 2
Jake
outs.
is doing
Jake's
exactly what he has to be doing. Jake is doing exactly what he needs to be doing, but Beck is not making that 3rd out. This is like that 4th inning in Game 1 where they put up 50 runs. That could be the
There
out.
you go. That's going to be a tight
That could
one.
be the out. Oh, okay. Jake, let's think about this.
Okay. So we've got 56 to 32. Jake has 1 out, and it looks like he's going to record his 2nd out of the inning here. He's got a runner on second base, and he's got to find a rhythm. He's got to calm down, find a rhythm here. Beck can do nothing but watch. The video's a little delayed, so don't worry about that last swing there. There you go. There's a nice shot over the left field fence. Yep, that trick. The video's just a little bit delayed, but Jake needs to go on a run here. If he can chip 10 runs off of this with a couple outs, I think he's going to find himself in a good spot. There's another home run to left field, 91 at 38
let's
degrees.
Let's just look at this here. So he's down by, is that score right?
Yeah, he's down 22 runs.
When did that happen?
Now 21. Well, this happens fast. This happens fast.
I thought it was
if you
18
look down,
runs. I know Beck went crazy with 2 outs. I didn't think he went that crazy. Oh my word. So I was looking up. I thought he was down by 16 or 15 or whatever, but I think he just made the 3rd out. No, he didn't. Okay, excellent.
Now that video tricked you again. That was a nice
2 runs. Yeah. I can't pay attention to that.
So he's got to get another 10 runs on the board here going into the 6th and final inning. That's going to be a tight one. Is that going to get down? It looks like it is. Does. That's what you need. That's a hit tracks double right there. 86 at 33 degrees.
Yeah.
So
get over his head.
Another nice shot.
He's not resting.
All right,
He's
Jake.
just going one after another.
He's got that rhythm. He's rolling. It's going to take, it looks as though at least 60 runs to put this up. Lucky right there.
Well, that hit that. There he goes. That's a nice shot right there. 86 over his head. I'm exhausted.
Jake has taken a lot of swings today, as has Beck, and it's showing in the
Opposite
velos a little
field.
bit. There's a pop-up. That's
There
not
it
going to
is.
do it. Okay.
Yeah.
That said, he was able to cut the lead down to 17 runs and what at one point might have been 25. It was hard to keep track there. But now it's a 17-run lead for Beck going into the 6th inning. Now, what's going to happen here is this is going to be out for out. So Jake, as the team that is losing, will step up first, and he will hit until he records an out, and then we'll pass it over to Beck. Now, this format kind of messed with Beck a little bit, so I do think Jake still has a chance here, especially with what we saw from him last inning. If he's able to get that going, he just finished hitting, so he's going to keep that rhythm flowing. We'll see if he can put up a 5-10 spot here and maybe save himself, and it looks like he's not going to do it.
Not a good start. So Beck, this really bothered Beck last time we did this, and he made 3 quick outs, I think, 3 consecutive outs with this format. So that obviously really, really hurt Jake, that first pitch out.
First pitch out. First pitch coming in as Beck takes it. And
that could be the nail in the coffin right there.
A missile to left field at 100+ miles an hour for a home run.
Oof.
And another one. And another one.
This is a special hitter. Both of these guys are incredible. The numbers that you're seeing with Jake, though. I don't have his average velo, but it's got to be 96, 97 miles an hour, his average velo. With his max being, I think it was 107, 106.8 or something like that.
For Beck, yes. Yeah.
For Beck, sorry. For Beck, yeah.
So Beck has an out. Jake stepping up with a 21-run deficit. This is going to take something special to take the crown away from Beck. Again, the winner is going to get that sweet B5 kit with the Easton swag and that beautiful B5 green bat that will certainly be a hot ticket for Christmas this year. And it looks like Jake's got a little rhythm going. Runners on second and third. He's just got to keep doing this over and over again. A little foul ball at the left field. You know he's not going to give up, though.
A 70-degree launch angle. It's not going to cut that. That's a... Yeah. Oh, the left fielder traveled. Call him off, shortstop. That's 2 outs. 2 outs for Jake. Still 21-run lead here.
If we want to call them insurance runs, that's what he's going for at this point. And he does.
Why not? Sure.
101.6. He is a machine.
103.4.
103. 99. 400+ feet.
His average velo's got to be 96, 97. There's 91, but still, that's going to be falling for a double off the wall, no? Yep, double off the wall.
This is
His
what it
average velo
takes.
has to be 96, 97.
This is what it takes to win the Green Easton Classic. 105 miles an hour going on repeat right now. Again, over and over and over again. Beck Milner has shown why he came in as the number 1 seed. Jake did an unbelievable job to take away game 1 from him after a 14-run deficit, but you are watching a show right now from a guy that will continue to play baseball for quite a few years. A junior in high school. All you colleges, I think you need to add this guy to your list. Again, Jake, we mentioned, is a commit to University of Minnesota, top 5 offensive program in the country, top 10 program in the country. But Beck Milner is putting on a show right now, and he's clearly the guy to beat in the HitTrax online gaming world.
Just speechless.
It's not often that Mike Don Francesco does not have words to say.
It's just look. He has 72 runs right now. He scored. I think it's 19 runs right now. Oh, that was trapped. So that's in there. I think it's going to be 20 runs since Jake made that second out, and he just keeps laser to left. Look at that.
This
100 miles an hour, 18 off the wall. We need to add
this
that
is the
ping
victory lap.
sound. Yeah, this is a show.
94-24.
Just putting an exclamation point right on it. And
Will Beck
both
Milner.
hitters are incredible. Jake's going to have a great college career in Minnesota. Hats off to him too. He took that first game. Just wasn't able to contain it. He did well. He represented himself well in games 2 and 3, but Beck just took it to another level. This is ridiculous. This is 30 runs.
He's now
20,
up to
26.
79 runs in this game.
Yeah, I think he's going for 100.
I completely
Will
agree.
Chamberlain.
100
Will Chamberlain is
miles per hour. Oh yeah, absolutely. Come on now. I guarantee you Beck knows as well. Another shot, 95 to left field. Like this is there's finally a ground ball to third base for an out.
Angle. All right. What do here? Is he going to bat left-handed again? No, he's not. Of course not.
I would like to see Jake put on a show. We've seen him absolutely drop bombs this tournament so far. I think he can. I think he can put on some magic here. It's going to be tough to put 50-something runs up on the board, but he's a hell of a hitter.
Anything is possible. Kevin Gannett said that with the Boston Celtics, and that didn't even finish that statement.
It looks like that was the third out of the game. So, line drive to shortstop.
Yeah, it froze it
and
there. I'm not sure what's going on.
With that said, Beck Milner is the champion of the Green Easton Classic. Well-deserved, Beck. Unbelievable job. Jake Larson, unbelievable competitor. Two guys just putting on an offensive show. I cannot count how many runs were scored in this 3-game series. Hats off again to Jake Larson, going to play baseball at the University of Minnesota. He's got plenty of time to work towards his college career and beyond. But Beck Milner, congratulations. Unbelievable tournament. 83 runs in the championship. And I think finally now when people ask us, Mike, if Beck's scores are real, we can just send them a YouTube link with everything on video so we no longer have to try and explain ourselves.
Yeah. So, 97 average velo with this show. Common, frequently 102, 103, 105 miles an hour, anywhere from 12 degrees to 30 degrees. He is quite an elite hitter. Jake is as well. He put on a display too. 39 runs. That's going to win a lot of tournaments, Jake. Beck just took it to another level with 83 runs this rubber game. Hats off to both of you guys. Congratulations, Beck. Congratulations, Jake. And these guys are going to have fine collegiate careers wherever they play.
They absolutely will. Again, thank you to Easton for helping put this tournament on. I wanted to, before we go, Mike, I want to just talk to you and just kind of ask you real quick. So we've had these online tournaments going. How have you felt about them, and what do you see for the future of online gaming with HitTrax? Is this something we're going to be doing more of? Are there more things down the line that you want to do with this?
Yeah, so we've had this technology for a little bit where we're able to put together these online tournaments, these standalone games, and these sync play games is what you're seeing now, where they're both hitting at the same time. So we've kind of refined all that. And with the pandemic this year, when all these minor leaguers and these college and high school seasons were lost, we knew that we wanted to take it to the next level and get these tournaments going. So we started with our first open for the minor leaguers, professional players. indie ball players, and that went well. Then we moved over to softball, which was tremendous. Both of those opens were absolutely tremendous. Then this Easton Classic, and I usually don't have a voice the next day when we call these games, but I think we're moving forward and going to have tournaments pretty regularly from now on. We want to serve the youth a little more. This was high school and college. We'll have the college games tomorrow for the championship. But I believe that the 12-year-olds are up next in January with the 12-year-old Open. We'll get some sponsors there as well. And then we'll come back and do a professional open after that. We're going to see what happens with spring training and all the minor leaguers there. And Major League just cut 40 minor leagues affiliates out there too. So there's a lot of pro players out of jobs there. So, I'm sure they want to compete a little bit more, and we're going to give them a vehicle to do that, a platform to do that. So to answer your question, yeah, we're 100% in on this. We got this stuff streaming. You're doing an awesome job commentating. Elaine is doing an awesome job. We're committed to this platform. I'm super excited about it. We get a lot of great feedback. So I think the 12-year-olds are up next month. Is that right, Andrew? I think you've been a champion of this.
I think that's right. I think we're going to do something for the kids. It'll be a 12U tournament coming up mid to late January. So stay tuned for that. Before that, we have the college tournament tomorrow for the Green Easton Classic. 4 awesome hitters as well, too. Same time frame. So tune back in. I think you'll have me and Elena and Bobby will be tuning in. And Mike, I think you'll be back on the mic. So we're looking forward to that. Today, unbelievable job by Beck. This tournament was a blast. A lot of great high school talent coming through. Thank you guys for joining. Congratulations to Beck, Jake. Phenomenal job competing in this tournament. And I guess we will see you guys tomorrow about the same time. Thanks, Mike.
Thanks, guys. Peace.
I think we're good.